Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, today we'll be continuing the Mount Lanakila and the Dharmakahunch indie. Hello, how are you doing? If you're having a good day. Yo. It's quite a nice shiny. Quite a nice shiny indeed. Definitely my favorite shiny of Sword of Justice. A shiny and overall probably. Quite a nice one. There we go. Yeah, I'll switch to that even though I'll be waiting a little while before the ad break is actually over. Be soon moving to the sport as well. Buddy up. I did do one change my team that I've been talking about to be doing for quite a while, but kind of forgotten to be doing it. Kind of. Well, better late than never. It's nothing too interesting though, it's just one Pokemon to be hopefully preventing a fail. Or potential fail. So like nothing that bad. Gotta be always be careful. Gotta be. I'll move then. And break is over as well. Yeah, the change that I did do is to be adding this little guy. And those who know what ability it has might know why. You also know what moves dudes have in here. Ooh. Good luck with it. Were you doing the hunts on Sword and Shield or somewhere else? Yeah. At least if you have a charm, you can be using that, which is nice. Nice. Are you doing the like camp resets for it, or what are you doing for it? About to be saying picnic resets, but basically the same thing, honestly. Yeah, I thought so. It's the usual method that people would do for it because it's kind of the best. Like, I know that you can do soft resets, or you can go to the place each time. You don't want to be doing the camp reset, but I will say definitely if I would be doing it, I would be doing camp resets myself as well. All good luck with it then. Hope it doesn't take too long. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having quite a good day myself. Did get a nice rest last night. Quite nice rest last night indeed. And I was also able to do a few things yesterday that I wanted as well. I did get one emote. That was pretty much everything that I wanted to be doing. There's few things in mind, but I have not like completely decided what I do with them. I want to be adding. I also updated the schedule as well to be more fitting for what I'm doing nowadays. And also a bunch of other things as well that are a little bit outdated. Oh yeah, I forgot to double check that. Anyways. I can check it out later, thankfully. Well, yeah, we did do some cleaning yesterday as well. Nothing too much, but you know, little by little. Little by little it gets done. At least I will say one thing I'm quite happy about is that we were able to beat like with 2 runs of the dishwasher be done with that. So now basically we are not having anything at all like that. Little bit, but the thing is that there's always going to be but I was indeed quite surprised that I was able to fit everything to only 2. What did you even need for your preparation? Yeah. Is there a reason for picking hypnosis or a sleep over like paralyze? Yeah. Understandable. Can you do the leopard trick for it? Can you even do leopard trick in this game? Yeah. Legendaries, they usually don't have that much of power points at all. I guess the moves are quite powerful. But yeah, I may or may not be taking a break after I hit 15k for a little while from the hunt. This might be anyways the only time that I can be hunting, or I will be hunting in these games this week anyways. Can't you change the day to be getting rid of each? Doesn't that work? Yeah, I thought so. I would be surprised if it would be locked for like one weather only. Be quite surprising if it would be indeed. Oh no. I mean, as I said, can you just change like the day to be switching the weather? Because, you know, it's depending on what day it is, what weather is, right? Because that would be the way that if I would be hunting it, that would be the way that I would be preventing it. That's kind of odd though that you don't have any Pokemon that would be having Drizzle or Drought. Especially because you have completed a Pokédex. I mean, of course, you can be always releasing them, but it's kind of odd. Because it's not like Drizzle or Drought is like that uncommon of an ability. So I'm guessing your Politoed then has Damp instead. Or something else rather than Drizzle. Yeah. No, it's Hopju. Nice. I'm quite glad that I don't know, it's kind of a pain though. Like when you're trying to be looking for a specific weather in Sword and Shield, you never get it. It's easier to be getting everything else. For example, there is the weather specific hunts in the wild areas. And if you want to be doing them, then if you know it's the wrong weather, you can be doing them because you know they don't appear in there. I know that there is guaranteed days, of course, but as I have said plenty of times, I myself would like the shinies to be caught on the same actual day that I caught them in. So there is that. But it doesn't it doesn't really matter, but would still be nice though. Oh, you showed up early. Nice. I'm pretty sure that that's everything on the random ones scene. And I'll watch you on the in the visible ones as well. Which one of them is like so unlikely that I will be ever seeing it, but it's always a chance. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to be seeing that bunch of dudes are hunting like some like Gen 3 Pokemon, for example. Right now, I guess because of the 3DS shutting down thing. Would be my guess. But it's just kind of strange at the same time, because as I mentioned before that there is a bunch of those videos right now that are saying that hunt these Pokemons before you can't hunt them anymore. But what they are actually meaning by it is that you can't be transferring them anymore. But at the same time, like... yeah, I understand, like, having every Pokemon shiny in home, but at the same time, I will say honestly, I can't be bothered with it. And the thing is as well, because if you actually want them in home, it's still quite likely that you can be getting them, because they are probably gonna be shiny at some point in Pokemon Go. Most likely indeed. Which is honestly quite nice. Because the few ones that I've been seeing to be done quite a good amount lately has been Mew and Deoxys on Gen 3 games. Which are one of the ones that would become unobtainable in quotes when the 3DS shutdowns and eventually when home goes with it, because or home and bank, well, basically the connection between those two. I will say honestly, for me there is only one that I would like to be hunting before like the connection goes down, and that's Celebi. That's for me the only one that I would really want to be doing it for. But of course I'm not gonna be rushing it. I'll get hunting Celebi when I get hunting Celebi. And I don't know. I know there's certain glitches to be hunting Mew, for example. I don't know if I want to do it though. It would be cool, you know. But I'm not completely sure do I want to do it personally. Difficult decisions, difficult decisions. You can always be spending quite a good amount of money to be getting and getting one that someone is selling. It's not impossible, but I think it's quite unlikely. I don't know what else mythical-wise I would like to be. Or there is that I can't really be hunting. I think Mew is like one of the only ones that you really can't be hunting it. It's very exclusive to what games you can be hunting it in anyways. Because, you know, like Darkrai I will be doing in PDSB, for example. I'm trying to think like what are not being shiny locked and what are not just like, you know, as well as being gifts. Because it doesn't really leave too many options now, does it? I guess one of the best ways to is to be seeing like what a full list of mythicals, because I'm surely gonna be missing some of them. Because unfortunately there's some ones that are quite forgettable because they are only available in few games and only through like very old events. Let's see what Cerebi has on the list then. As I said, Mew is kind of questionable. Will I ever be hunting it because not really that many options. Pokemon Go has the paid one for sure. But that's about it really. Celebi, as I said, probably at some point. Jirachi is another problem one. Not too many games that you can hunt it in, and all the methods are kind of bad. Well, maybe. The Oxus, I think, is somewhat easy. I know a bunch of people are doing it, and also it's, I would like to say, quite regularly in Pokemon Go as the raid boss as well. So again, like a very easy one to be getting there. And I will say that I didn't even know that Fiona and Manaphy were to be mythical Pokemon instead of legendary Pokemon, because honestly, either way is fine with me. Manaphy. I don't know. Another tough one. Another very tough one to be hunting. Fiona is not that bad, it's quite an easy one. An egg hunt. Orca, Shaman, and Arceus I will all be hunting in PSP. Big Genie I'm pretty sure is never been available as shiny. And even if it has been, it's only through an event and it's no longer a thing. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing with Keldeo. And I even think with Meloetta as well. Because on this point onwards, like almost everything has been logged. Unfortunately. Genesect, I'm pretty sure that there was an event one that you could get, and it was a guaranteed shiny. I'm pretty sure that was the case. But again, long gone. Pretty sure both DSA and Hoop are also only events. I remember people being very upset that they can't be hunted in Volcanion. Magearna, I know for sure that it wasn't first available as shiny. It's an interesting reward though for Pokemon Home, I will say that much. Marshadow is again one of those Pokemon that has only ever been available in very limited amounts. Zeraora, I know that there was the shiny one, like there was a special event. I wasn't playing the game at the time though. And I don't know. It's a cool way to be getting it for sure. But at the same time, like, I don't know, is it really that worth it? You know? It's like it was guaranteed or something. But yeah, it was available. Don't have it. Don't know if I really care that much. Melton and Melmetal are ones that you can get every once in a while in Pokemon Go. I only have one Melton. So, you know, I don't have both and be getting there at some point for sure. The route, again, I don't think that has ever been really available. I remember that there was like certain movies that definitely wasn't about it or anything. That it was available for. It's like the price. And I would like to say that Patreon is not available, and it's like it is like very new or something. Did only get it like a little over a month ago. Yeah. It is quite unfortunate that most of the mythicals have either been locked or if they have been available as shinies, they were for a very limited amount and usually only in very few locations as well. So that's kind of like unfortunate. You know, try to be getting them. But then again, as nice as it would be to be getting a full shiny living dex, I honestly think that there is always gonna be like some that are gonna be locked no matter what. Which I, you know, understand, it's fine. Would it be nice to be getting them? Absolutely. Absolutely would be nice. But if can't, then can't. Nothing I can do about it. But I think one thing would be kind of smart for to be doing for those Pokemons that overall are shiny locked, like Gimme Golfor was for quite some time. That make them impossible to be shinies. Like, don't like even include the shininess to them. Because I think it would be kind of nice surprise, honestly. If there wouldn't be like any data for their shinies. Because like they might have the idea already what they want the shiny to be looking like, but it's not ever been available in. Does it really need to be having a shiny? No. Because I will say, if that's the case, that you know, for the Pokemons that have never been able to be shinies, and they wouldn't be having, you know, the shiny data, then at least someone couldn't be trading you one that you know isn't possible. Because it's just so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate indeed. But yeah, it do be what it do be. But as I said, they don't really need to be having shinies if they are not available as shinies. You know. I will say as well, it would be kind of nice if there would be like a way that they could be... There would be a way that they could be doing it so they couldn't, like, no one could be getting any information about the game. But I know that there's always gonna be the thing. You know, preventing leaks with that. Then again, unfortunately, it is what it is. Be pretty interesting for sure. I guess I will say that much. It's kind of hard to be going completely blind to a new Pokemon game nowadays. Like, as much as like I try to not be looking at things, like specifically, what can I do when I see a thumbnail? Like, sure, I know that I could be like showing like or putting like big channels that I know that will be doing it, that I wouldn't be seeing them for a little while, for example, but then there's always gonna be the smaller channels that do it anyways. It's just, you know, is what it is. It is unfortunate, but there's nothing really that you can do about it. Because there is only few things that I personally be doing for Pokemon games before they are out, and check out like what the starters evolve into, because it's just like a nice thing that I would like to know beforehand. Then it kind of stops there for me. Of course, like, you will be seeing, you know, the box art for the game. So, you know, you kind of know what the legendaries are gonna be. If they're not gonna be suddenly be changing things around. That it's not gonna be that the box art will be having the legendaries. You know. And I have a feeling that they're gonna be like that though. Hmm. I think one of the only ways if they don't want to be doing box art legendary is for, you know, for the box art is that they would be like putting some other thing that is version exclusive, because I don't think that like having a I mean like the starter in the box would be really working. Because it kind of never has been working at all. Because, you know, then the third one is gonna be missing there. If it's not gonna be a Pokemon game, then there is only like 2 options, of course. Then it of course works, but usually there is 2 options. Or more than 2 options, aka 3 options on the starters. So like starters wouldn't be working because of that. They could if they would be including every starter. Of course, but I think they want to be staying with a more simple look though. Which is quite nice. Why be making it too complicated? Just have like one big picture and that's it. Looks quite nice. Oh, wasn't the capture nice? Lovely. But yeah, I will say that I was quite. I was quite happy that I was able to get the Buffalon to be having the correct ability straight away, that I wouldn't be needing to be restarting the game too much. And the thing was that I first thought that I'm gonna check out, like, does anyone that I have on my PC have the ability that I'm looking for? I forgot to do that. But does it really matter to be having another one with the same ability? Not really. It's quite nice and helpful. There's few abilities, honestly, that I should be having on this file as well. One is like magnet pull. I think I have had it at some point. But I think I did move it to another game. It's not that bad to be getting though. Honestly, I probably should be having every single one of those abilities that boosts like certain tribes, but more be there. Even though they probably will be quite useless most of the time. But it doesn't really hurt to be having them though. I have one with... Is it static that does the electric one? I think it is. And I like have the one that boosts fire types, water types. I have already the one that pulls out more grass types. That's an easy one to be getting. Trying to think if there is any more. I mean, it wouldn't be hurting to be like always be running with a Pokemon that has like those abilities that boosts the likelihood of something showing up. I don't know, I don't really feel that it's that necessary. Like surely it would be nice, but I still probably should be having for some situations. Pokemon with full swipe. I never have really... never have really gone for that now, have I? I mean, I will say that I don't mind catching things on full HP. There's like few situations where I probably will be wanting to be having a full swipe Pokemon, and it's like certain legendaries or like other like very much a pain to be catching Pokemons. But I don't think that apart from that I would really like to be having anything else. I guess I just don't mind. Because yeah, I don't know. Because I don't really watch the movesets that much. I do like check it, like do they have like something that they will be automatically be gone once. I'll be checking those out, but apart from that I don't use full swipe also because I don't want like self-damaging moves to be knocking them down. You know? Because you know why risk it. But yeah, still my advice is if you use false swipe on something, it is advised to be looking at the moveset as well. Because it would be a shame to be losing a shiny because it has a recoil move. Or hits itself in confusion. And also I will say that much that I think using a false swipe on a Pokemon that can be healing itself is... Yeah, it helps, but at the same time, like... You know, it heals itself. Which I will say that I so hate about SOS hunting sometimes. They are, you know, healing themselves up. And you're like... Nice. Because in those you really should be on very low HP for more calls. But yeah, ads in soon. We're having a soon a 3-minute ad break indeed. As usual, we're taking break from the hunting for that time, so wouldn't be missing out on anything. I'm trying to do 3 more checks in before though. It'd be nice to be getting 130 checks in. Would be indeed. I'm gonna do one more. Nice. And fast ones. Yep. You waiting then? Be a good time to be getting something to eat, something to drink. Go for a little bit of a walk. We're about to be having 3-ish minute break. Indeed. Okay then. Getting soon back to hunting. Yep. Way back to hunting. There we go. And the global Shinochori is on next weekend. I don't know how much I will be doing anything in that, but it is, you know, it is there. It do be there. I might check in every once in a while, but I don't know. As usual, I'm not that interested, but and I have other things to be doing anyways on Sunday. Certainly interesting things available though. Certainly indeed. Anyways. Yeah. I'm very surprised that there is a there is a quest to be getting a shiny shaman in there. I mean, honestly, what else could it be? I mean, technically could it be an Arceus, but You know, it probably would have been a little too much, you know. Giving a shiny Arceus. I think Shaman makes more sense. Like, of course, I understand that Darkrai is in there because it's on the raids already. So why would it be there? Buddy. It's a nice one. I will say though, I probably won't be bothering with it because, as I said, I'll be hunting it in EDSB. I'm pretty sure if I want to, I can even be hunting it twice. I'm pretty sure I have the things twice at least. The items for it. The only thing that I'm not too sure of is that do I have the Darkrai items? I guess I could check on my auto file because I know for sure I have them on Stream 10. Thank you for the follow. I know for sure that I have them on the stream file. I'm pretty sure I have at least them on my main auto file. And I can be hunting it twice. Is there really any reason for it? Not really, but at least I can say that I have both forms. I'm gonna quickly check out, do I have them on there or not? As I said, I'm pretty sure I do. Haven't put it up PDSB in quite some time. Haven't indeed. I know that on that file I'm hunting Murkrow. In Cherna Forest with a one of the only times doing a repel trick. Do I have the items in here? Vox Letter, I have member card as well. The only thing that I don't have is the Arceus item, but then again, you know, it's what is to be getting if I really want to. I just need to be beating you know, just Arceus for it. Yeah, I have them twice over there or so. I was pretty sure, at least from the Shaman one, I can be hunting more than one. If I really want to. Yeah, I can kind of get it why you would like to be hunting like Shaman twice, because then you technically have both of the forms. I don't know though, is Shaman one of those Pokemons that you can only be having like the neutral form on home though? This is kind of confusing because some Pokemon you can have with the special form in home, and some like revert back to the default one. I'm not sure. Does it really matter? Not really. DSP, it will be a fun game. It will be indeed. I don't remember, am I on that file, like in the thing that I will be going to be fighting? Dialga? I probably am. Now that I'm talking about PDSP, I kind of want to be doing Great March. But no, I'll be trying to be finishing some other hunts first. Well, maybe I could be going there before a safari week. Maybe I could. It's a possibility, if nothing else. If I remember correctly, how the last year's went, it was that I didn't get anything for quite some time. Usual, but I think I did get 5 in total and caught 2 of them. So I know for sure I got a Bidoof and a Bidoof. I know I had a Psyduck and a Skarubi at least that I didn't get. Can't remember what is the third one that I would be failing though. It definitely could be like another Bidoof. It's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility that the one that I did fail was another Bidoof. Guess I could be checking out. guess I could be checking it out quickly. Yeah. Gonna see, but I'm pretty sure that one of the ones that I did miss was indeed the not a bit but duo. Oh, it was a Marl. Yeah, that is the one that was another fail, so I didn't get like any duplicates. Yeah, it's a Marl. Now I remember the situation even. Oh boy. I would wish though that there would be a more like Safari games on Switch Pokemon games. Yes, there's unfortunately only one because Let's Go did change things up weirdly. But yeah. Maybe one day. I kind of doubted they would be adding another Safari game, like the new Pokemon game. But I would kind of like it. I would kind of like it because they're fun. I know that like how Safari games usually work, they are quite frustrating and fair enough. But then again, for me it's just part of the fun. I don't mind. I will say that I probably will never be using the like bait and mud slash rocks in there. I just will be throwing Pokeballs, hoping for the best. I know that there is like some things that you definitely should be using, like bait for sure, but at the same time, like, nah. Let's just try without. Let's just try without, indeed. Oh, there we go. I don't know. I think even like having, even though it wouldn't be necessarily like a safari game, I think it would be kind of cool to be seeing an area in a new Pokemon game that would be having rare Pokemons. And it, you know, could be that you can only catch limited amount of them per day for one species. That could be the way that it would be working instead. I don't know, I'm kind of feeling like if we would be getting like that, it would be having like Legends Arceus catching mechanics, and that would be, you know, the only place. We only have a limited amount of Pokemons that you can catch per day. And there would be in the region otherwise nowhere else to be seen Pokemons. Because I'm kind of thinking that that is kind of missing from some of the more recent Pokemon games. Because the thing is, that it's kind of funny to think about that, you know, Sinnoh region has kind of two areas that are like that. There's the Trophy Garden and Great Marsh. It's those both, you know. I really indeed be hoping that I will be seeing some more at some point. There we go. I was just feeling a little bit better now. But yeah. I don't know. It is nice, of course, to be seeing more of the usual rare Pokemons in the wild, like kind of everywhere in the region. I don't mind it, but I really think that there should be more locations that have like only like rare Pokemons. As I said, like it would be making sense for me if there would be only like limited amount of Pokemons that you can be catching there per day. Would it be an interesting area to be shiny hunting? I think yes. And as I said, if it would be like the Chainsaw Arceus kind of like catching mechanics, you could be using, you know, mud or sticky clubs or something similar to those nowadays. To do the same effect as you did in Legends Arceus. Or like throw berries, whatever. I think that could be quite interesting. As I said, I think Pokemon games are kind of nowadays missing like a unique location that has special Pokemons. And I'm not. I don't really want to be having like. I don't know. Cyndaquil situation though. It doesn't need to be that much. Where, by the way, there seems to be a better way nowadays to be getting more Cyndaquil in that cave. Which is kind of nice to be hearing. But then again, it is still very, very slow. And I will say that it's not the nicest mechanic ever, it's fine. But I guess I personally don't want to be having too AFK of a hunch. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll be hunting with that. It's a possibility. I definitely am like thinking like using like the let's go method, for example, to be shiny hunting something, you know, being yourself in the area where the Pokemon spawns, but then, you know, leave as your Pokemon somewhere else. I don't really have a great Pokemon for it. But you know, does it need to be great? No. It's an interesting thing. Maybe I'll one day be doing it. As I said, it's such a shame that you can't be doing it in outside of the terrarium though. Would be so cool. You're doing it outside. Maybe there will be someday an update for it that you can be using it anywhere. Like, I would be fine as well if we could be using it anywhere, but there would be like some sort of a limit, like how far you can be going. Like, I think that would be a fair change. Or like, why couldn't it be one of those things that you can, in quotes, update over time? Like, more you use it, the better it becomes. Why couldn't it be like that? As I said plenty of times, there is plenty of potential in the synchro mechanic, but there's certainly ways to be making it better as well. It's a fun little mechanic for sure. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, also another thing about that I did update the schedule and everything is that I did mark there for now the like things that I would be doing in those days. Like the ones that I know that I will be doing like pretty much no matter what. For example, Saturday is marked as I will be doing DAs and then, you know, on Tuesdays doing the Alpha Good Hunch. I did also update it indeed, like 3 thatch. Because of course, like most of the time I'm not completely sure what I'll be doing. Something for sure. And that is... say okay. What are you up? I'll be updating it for sure if I know that I want to be or I will be doing something, but you know, of course, mostly it's always the case that and I'll be, you know, or you'll be able to know what I'll be doing by the title anyways. It is going to be a case. And also, just already saying it as well that tomorrow, as I said, I have something that I need to be doing. but I think I should still be able to stream, but it might be a later start than usual. Because of that. And yeah, if I can, then you know, of course not, but I'll try. Be getting at least some checks tomorrow on the Alpha Gudra. Should be able to get a good amount done there for sure. I was also thinking that probably next week I would be hunting a little bit more for the dawn spores as well. Only next week indeed to be trying to be getting the 3 segmented dawn spores. Currently only haven't gotten 2 checks for it. Technically I could be getting a third, but as I said, I'll be keeping the dawn spores in this game. It's gonna be moving it there. As I said, because I like to be keeping the shinies in the games that I find them in. Just the thing that I enjoy doing myself indeed. Because I know that if they are already laying in my boxes in one game, I'm not gonna be using them on the other one. It's just going to be still on the boxes. Gonna be in the boxes indeed. And there is one silly hunt, honestly, I want to be doing at some point. I'm gonna see. Let's see what I do about it. I either need to be setting a few things for it, or Or depending on how things are in few files, then maybe not that necessary. Remains to be seen. And if I want to be doing that hunt, I'm trying to be looking more information about it first. Because it's not a usual hunt. But I think it could be quite funny. Would be quite funny indeed. At least if nothing else, it's not hard to be getting into the point. Like if I would be need to be starting a new save file for it. At least it's not that bad to be getting to that point at all. Gonna be writing it down though, so I'll be remembering to be checking things for it. Writing it down, be checking out this encounter, and then I'll be doing it. Right, so maybe because I indeed want to be checking a few things for it first. Like, is it actually, possible? I'm pretty sure it is, but you never know. People like to be trolling with things. But I'm sure that there will be at least like some data about each. There will indeed. Really be looking forward to that hunt though. But yeah, I do be owing the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully we'll be able to find something. Preferably, of course, whatever you're looking for. Preferably indeed. But no matter what, progress is still progress at the end of the day. No matter how much it will be. But yeah, I do be really hoping that me starting a little bit earlier today, and we'll be able to get to the 15k indeed if it's necessary in Mount Lanakila. Yes, that was my goal anyways. That's why I try to be setting up. And it would be 900 checks, which I can reasonably be doing. Especially how things are seem to be going today, which is pretty fast encounters. Is, you know, nice. So yeah, I think that's definitely possible. Maybe like 7.5 hours, I would like to say that it could be taking. Not too sure, of course, but I think that sounds about right. What I could be reasonably doing. And then again, you never know what happens. You never really know what happens, indeed. Could be another shiny Bertic bee showing up. Could be. Could be for sure. But yeah. I finally decided to be continuing one game that I did start like a few months ago. Yesterday. It wasn't like I got burned out from it or anything like that. It was one of those situations that I really just haven't been feeling like playing that game. Because you kind of need to be in on it to be playing it because it's quite heavily on the story. And it's quite a good amount of things that you need to be like paying attention to. And of course, if it's possible, I try not to be looking on the internet how to do things. But yeah, I of course, as usual, I was able to find like kind of game breaking bug there. And the unfortunate thing is that in that game you can't like respawn or anything like that, so the only way out is to be restarting the day or the game, which restarts the day because there's only one save per day. So, you know, it was kind of frustrating. It has meant to me, though, plenty of times that I have been able to bug things out. Some I understand why they happen, some I don't understand why they happen, and it wouldn't be as bad though. But I somehow always manage to be getting the bugs, or whatever my things they are, on the days that there is bunch of like story dialogue. So every single time that I need to be restarting the game, I need to be hearing that again. But yeah, It's like quite a good amount of areas that you can be getting stuck in, like kind of in a cutscene state, or like otherwise in a state that the character is always doing like certain things. But thankfully you can be getting out of them if you wait a while, because the game knows that you're stuck after a while, like, and then it puts you in where you should be. Like, for example, I got stuck in a puzzle that there was like currents that did go into places, which is kind of weird because they were like little rivers, like little separate rivers out of nowhere, and they were having currents going in certain directions. But anyways, like I got stuck in one of those, like on the edge there was trees. I got stuck to the trees, but thankfully I got unstuck after like waiting 10 seconds, which is nice. But then in that same place I was able to get myself stuck because there was like big snowballs that you could be, you know, pushing. And I got like it stuck between me and my walkway. And there was literally no other way to be going. The only other ways in there were one ways with the currents. Oh boy, was that fun. Oh boy, was it fun indeed. The game has anyways like problems that there can be kind of appearing two different menus at the same time, and that glitches the game a lot. And most of the time I'm doing it by accident. Most of the time indeed. But yeah, ads in soon. Again, good time to be getting up and getting something to drink, eat. Or just go for a little bit of a walk. It's about 3 minutes of a break. Are you getting this battle then? Let's get back then. The hunting. There we go. But yeah, I got to taste yesterday though, something that I'm pretty sure I haven't been having, at least in that form before. And it was winter bear. Winter pear. It was definitely an odd tasting thing. It wasn't bad. The problem is in that situation I would need to be like having like the winter pear and like a regular pear at the same time, because I most of the time don't like pears that much. They are not bad, it's just I don't know what it is. Sometimes it's the problem that it's like having too much liquid, and that's like too much for me. And of course, like, it is always down to like can you be picking good ones? Because for pears, for me, I would like to say that I prefer more of the ones that are more firm than others. I don't know, it do be really depending. Don't eat them too often. That's for sure. And one thing I will say though, that I don't think that I have ever eaten a pear if it would be like a fresh pear without the skin. Because for apples I might like peel it every once in a while, but for pears I think I have always eaten it with the skin. I don't know if that would be helping my situation, because usually I don't mind like a pear like in something. I don't mind those. And it, I guess, could be the skin that is the problem. Don't know. Do be like in... I don't know, I do be liking fruits, like overall. The only thing that I don't like about them is how quickly they go bad. Because it's like, you buy something the day after it's bad. It's so unfortunate. Considering that at least in here, like, almost every single fruit is like ridiculously expensive. And not like that expensive, but at the same time they do be. That's probably why when I was younger we did only have at home, I think, bananas. Usually mandarins, it might have been other things similar to it. Usually it was mandarins though, and apples. Because those were the ones that you could get the most. But it also being very cheap. And we did have few apple trees on the place that... or one place that we did live in, so... you know... Of course there were a bunch. There's a bunch of also berry bushes there. We really didn't use them that much. I don't honestly understand why we didn't use them as much as we could have. Especially thinking that, like, they were there already when we moved in there, so we definitely could have. There was certainly, like, some things that, as a kid, especially, it was hard to be, like, making anything that they would be, that would be, like, good tasting. And then, of course, there were the ones that you would just straight away be eating. We just straight away eating from the bush. Don't do anything with them. And I know that we did have like one berry that you actually needed to be... you actually need to be like... At least why my parents used to say that you like actually needed to be... like boiling or something, like doing something to be like making it safer to eat, you know? I don't even remember what it's called right now. In Finnish even, I just can't be remembering the name of the thing. I just remember that they looked better what they taste like. But also I don't remember what they taste like anymore. I would like to say that they were probably a little too sour for my taste, and like my brain was thinking that, hey, it's a berry, it's gonna be sweet. Because most of the other ones were. But I don't know why, but every time I wanted to taste them though. I really wanted to. Good morning to you, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. It's good to hear. Nice. Oh. What is it then? Oh, okay. Interesting. Do you have any special plans then? Yeah. Nice. I don't think that for most, like, holidays I do anything interesting, honestly. Because I don't really care that much. But yeah. They can definitely be nice days off from work or school or wherever you go. You could be having a free day from. Jeez. Yeah, I've been playing some of the Sky Factories. I don't remember, did we play the fourth one or not? Yeah, fair enough. You kind of need to be doing quite a good amount of AFKing in those games. Or mods. Yeah. It's one of those, like, mod packs overall that you really get things going. Like, no, it's hard to be getting first things going, then, you know, you get things going well. And then you kind of loop between those two stages. I mean, of course, it would be always smart to be doing everything that you need to be AFKing for, like, as fast as possible, but sometimes it's hard to be really knowing what do you need to be AFKing for. Because then you could be doing other things when you need to be AFKing for something, instead of just, like, pure AFK. Because it's the thing that even though how many mod packs you play on Minecraft, you never really know. You never really know, like, what is going to be the grindy part of that specific mod pack. If you, of course, haven't watched something about it, but we rarely do watch anything beforehand. Yeah, very interesting though. Yeah, I don't remember, did we play it or not? I remember that we did play at least Sky Factory 2. Or, yeah, I think it was 2. Was it 3? I don't remember. But then we played 1 after that, and we just thought that it was not as good as the previous one. I don't remember what mod pack we are doing right now. It has been a while since we have been doing anything there, though. I've been doing quite a good amount of them. And I will say that I honestly be enjoying mod packs more where you can be choosing You can be choosing Skyplug to be the playstyle, because I see it to be less overwhelming than like an actual like world. Like surely it will be hard to be getting some materials, but it's usually workarounds. Oh, it's updating that quickly. Hasn't been that long that 1.20 has been out. I don't think already being getting for that. Yeah. And also another thing that we like about like mod packs is to be having some sort of like guidebook what to be doing. Because it at least gives you some sort of an idea what you could be working for. You don't need to be pulled out of thin air. Has it even been a month since that has been out? I know it honestly it hasn't been how long that 1.20 has been out. And surely it could be like 2 months old, but still, like it's not that long time ago. And honestly, I will say that for some reason it kind of took me by surprise that the 1.20 was out. I guess I'm just not like looking that much into when it's updating and how its update's going. It just kind of took me by surprise that it was already like time. It's like, huh? But yeah. It is kind of going to be a sad day when Minecraft is no longer gonna be updated, but at the same time, at some point too much is too much. I think one cool thing that they honestly could be adding is to be adding like some sort of like selection that you could be deciding that what do you want to be included in the world. Like if you don't want to be so like so overwhelmed with all the new things that to be added, and you could be doing only like certain things. Because it is kind of hard to be playing very old versions because some of them don't have sounds. And also all the quality of life changes that has been happening over the years as well. Well, then again, it do be what it do be. It's an old game, it's still being updated. It's always interesting to be seeing from Minecraft for like those videos that they are every 10 or 5 days they are like updating each to the next like bigger update. You like see how things are changing. I will say that there is few updates that it's gonna be quite hard to be doing with. Because like the word generation be switching like so much. And I don't know why, but I kind of am tempted to be doing at some point we working to be walking to the farlands. It's gonna definitely be a journey if I ever decide to actually be doing it. Especially because at some point the game is gonna be very, very glitchy. Because it just doesn't know what to be doing. I don't know, it would be kind of nice though if they would be at some point be doing like a biome that would be like referencing the old world borders, aka Farlands. I kind of doubt it though, but it would be cool. Getting down there in the mountain on a kilo. There we go. Yeah, I was talking about the berries that we used to be having on one place that we were living in when I was a kid. the first place that I have ever lived in. Yeah, those... Yeah, I don't know, honestly, yeah. I know that for some, like, berries we did make... I don't know what it is called, but it's basically like sauce that you would be putting for a porridge. Or we did go like further and make it more of like cello sometimes even. And did eat it like that. Are those berries even called in English? I honestly don't even know. I probably should be checking out. Always so fun to be these things. Oh, I now find what the one was that I didn't even remember Finnish name for. Yes. Called. Probably then have. Of course, the best way to be knowing for sure what the English name for something is to be going into Wikipedia, because at least that will probably be giving me the right answer, unlike sometimes with the Google Translate, unfortunately. Apparently the things that I used to be always wanted to be trying, but they were absolutely awful, they are called gooseberries. Definitely an interesting name for sure. I mean, it doesn't really make too much sense, the Finnish name, but still. And we used to be having those, I don't remember. I just remember that we did put them bunch. As a bunch, we did put them into the freezer. I don't remember what we ever did do with them. Because I'm just pretty sure that we did have them in the freezer for like years. And never really did anything with them. Yeah, also one of the ones that I didn't like as berries that we did have was black currants. I didn't like those. I don't remember, as I said, I don't remember what we did do from those at all. But the one that I remember that we did do things from was red currants. It did do a bunch of things with them. We did like eat them like basically straight from the bush. They do like whatever things we did do from it. And there was like one other one that I at least remember that we had. I remember that we did have like bunch of the same one. But like, Like overall the same one, it just was like slightly different. It was like basically the same thing, but it was like slight different variation. Yeah, the one that we did have a bunch as well was red raspberries. Apparently they're called in English. We did have a bunch of those. We did have like 2 very big ones. But there were very rarely any there though, which was sad. And oh boy, are they awful when they are overdone. They taste so awful when they're overdone. I hate them. But yeah. It's kind of crazy to think back at like the place that we did have the bunch of berries. And the apple trees as well. That it was a like ridiculously big yard. I don't know exactly what size it is at all. I don't remotely know. But I just remember that like comparing it to what I see nowadays, people mostly having 4 yards, it was like ridiculously big. Like you could easily be feeding another house that big. And if you really want to, you can maybe even add a 3rd one, and all of them would be having like decently sized yards. It was kind of unfortunate because it was a bunch of like nothing. Like sure, it's nice that you could be having quite big like field for playing whatever you want to be playing. Yeah. But it was kind of unnecessary. If I would be still living there, I would probably build something there. I don't know what really. But something for sure. Like maybe like just an elevated platform that you could be going ahead and eating in. We did have one of those, but you know, we could have been having like one bigger one if people were joining in, you know. It's just ridiculous. Because if I remember correctly, the size of our yard was that on one side we did have like 2 neighbors' yards, like connecting. So like it was like quite a big one indeed. As I said, a nice amount of big room, but then again, like, what do you really do with it? It was a bunch of just empty space. At least I will say that it was grass, so that's nice for, like, playing around in. But I will say also as much that it was a pain to be, you know, cutting the grass there. At least what I heard. Because I was still yet to be cutting any grass in my life, because I was too young when we were living in places that I could be doing it, and then, you know, I haven't since lived in a place that I could even do it. But yeah, I remember for that my father did buy one of those lawnmowers that, you know, you can sit on. And I thought it was cool. When I was like 7H. But then again, it kind of makes sense because it was such a big yard that it's better to be getting like a bigger machine that you could be sitting on instead of just trying to be doing with a usual like lawnmower. Because I think I think the way that the grass was cut in there before the bigger like machine was purchased was like 2 or 3 day thing if you didn't want to be doing like, I don't know, 8 hours. Because it was such a big area and there was like a lot of places that you need to be careful for because we did have there a bunch of big trees. So, you know, there isn't like any grass in there. But yeah. Certainly an interesting place, so thinking back at it. It's one of those things that you don't really realize when you're a kid that it was like a bunch of space. Like actually you don't realize that it's a bunch of space. Like surely I thought that, hey, this is a pretty big area, but like I didn't like realize it, how big it actually is. But doobie, what doobie? I will say though, I don't think that I want to be having too big of a yard when I'll be having, you know, my own place. Because I don't think that I will be using the yard that much. So having like too much of it is, in my mind, a waste of money. I just want to be having... I think the way that I want to be having like a yard is that would be mostly backyard. And then there would be a possible place, you know, to be eating there. Most likely in the summer. I don't think that we will be doing too much in winter. I don't think that I necessarily would like to be getting a pool myself, but I would like to be having some other place that, or like, I don't really need at least a big pool because I just want to be having a place that, you know, I could be really just going for a little bit to be cooling myself down in the summer times. Like, surely pools are nice, but again, it's one of those things that I don't think that I would be getting too much use from. Like again, surely if it's already there, surely I'll be using it, but yeah. As I said, just a small place that, you know, you could be cooling down would be working for me. But I don't know. It'll happen one day, most likely. I know for sure that one day we'll be moving out from here, but don't know where exactly it is. Don't know where exactly that would be indeed. At this rate, I'll be actually be getting a shiny Snowburn in here. I wouldn't mind it, but I don't need it really. I don't really need it indeed. Mr. Mime. I think I would like to be seeing at some point a regional variant for a Pokemon that doesn't change too drastically, but what normally would be super effective against it, it would be Mewtwo. I think it would be working very well with the Pokemon that doesn't change too much because, you know, you don't really think about it. And of course it needs to be having like something that is normally super effective against it, and then it's immune to it. Or it could be a regional variant that is trying to be the regular one. Kind of like what Zoro and Zoroark does. And they kind of work for it anyways as well. But specifically be trying to be the original one, but you know, have the thing that they are immune to something that it's usually super effective against or weak against. For example, well, being weak to fighting and then being immune to it in Zoroark's case, for example. That could be working. But yeah, I don't know. Would definitely be interesting to be seeing. Definitely be indeed. And we definitely need Shedinja back. And I think still it's kind of a missed opportunity that Shedinja is not used by any gym leaders or Elite Four members. Because I think it could be interesting. Like, surely does it need to be like it could be that it, you know, like I know that it's weak. But then again, first of all, if you don't know what it does, or you have forgotten, it could be quite interesting to try to deal with it, you know. And you know, the good thing is that no matter what the situation is, if you hit it with something that is super effective against, it's gonna be going down anyways. So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter at all. But I don't know. I think it could be used. As I said, Shedinja is good for that, even though it's like absolutely weak in every other way. Is that, you know, if your opponent doesn't know that it needs to be a super effective move, you can quite easily sweep through. Because I haven't seen it being used that much. Stonejourner. I've honestly not seen that be using too much, but Sajinja, I don't know how smart the AI is with it. Like, of course, it's always the thing that, you know, super effective move, probably gonna be using it, but would it be though? It's the thing. Because of course the problem with Shedinja is that you kind of need to be able to outspeed and KO everything in one hit. And I don't think that it's really that easy. Or of course, like, it's easy against the opponents that can't be doing anything to you otherwise. Because, you know, they can't be doing absolutely anything. Interesting as an idea for sure. Maybe at one point it'll be getting an evolution that has more HP. Again, like, it wouldn't be that bad. Like, if it would be having more health, in my opinion. If it would be given, like, Wonder Guard plus, like, for the Wonder Guard plus, like, that will be taking more than usual damage from the super effective moves. Like, it would be getting, like, let's say double the damage from super effective moves or something like that. I doubt that it'll ever be getting an evolution, but it could be definitely an interesting way to be making it a part of, like, someone's team. Because I gotta tell you something that it does so much about its defense stats right now. Because that would be making the defense stats to be more useful as well if it would be having a little bit more HP. It could still have like the evolution like 30 HP, like it's still like a very low amount. But at least, you know, give it a possibility to be living 1 H. Wouldn't be hurting at all. Hello. Doubles diesel? No. Low battery, how dare you? Oh. Thanks. For spawning in like that. Be doing one more encounter, then it's another break in place. Almost 400 checks in, not too bad. Can also be plugging these in, so it's not gonna be complaining. Plugging in both, so the other one can also be starting to be complaining. Here we go, I have stretched as well. Let's get going on. Nice. There we go. Good amount of encounters indeed. I'm seeming like I'm actually indeed getting quite lucky today because at least compared to last time that I did do these, it seems like I'm a little bit ahead. Which is not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. Lovely. Soon it's not gonna be giving me any encounters for the next 10 minutes. It's not impossible, but I would like to say that it's quite unlikely. No encounters for the next 10 minutes. Indeed. But yeah, it is down to luck though how fast you can be getting encounters, so I'm happy with the amount that I get though. There we go, that's 400 checks today. 500 more to go, then 15k use in. And then the next big goal is to be hitting 20k, right? I mean, before that there will be 4 times odds, but 20k is more important. And I think I not... Is it 4 times? Yes, it is 4 times. I'm questioning my math. And it's not that far off if I can math quickly in my head from the... once I hit the 20k that it's actually gonna be 5 times the odds. Because it's about there then. And as usual, I'm thinking when, you know, you be getting into bigger numbers, the bigger numbers don't feel as big anymore. Yeah, it's the case. It's almost exactly 20.5k. Well, no, I don't think that is how it works, does it? I don't know. 20,500 more or less. It's a little bit less actually, but it's about there, you know. It's about there. Maybe how? Biggest 5. I don't know. Oh, math. But yeah, it do be what it do. Nice amount of stone turners today, though. Lovely. Soon it's gonna be kind of inverted with colors, right? At least the grays are. And it's shiny. What are you? What to talk about then? I've been talking about the berries and the apple trees that we did have on one of the places that I live in. Actually, I did have in both places that we mainly lived in when my parents were together. It wasn't too much, but you know, in both places there were. I've been talking about other random things about Pokemon, you know. What if in a Pokemon game you would be building your own house? I really doubt that it's ever gonna be a thing. But why not though? Now I'm kind of thinking, what if there actually would be a spin-off Pokemon game where you would actually be building a house or like other places anyways, and then you would be needing to be using your Pokemons to be making things better. What if? Because it's not like it's not implied in Pokemon games that Pokemon are building things or moving things. Could be, could be. I kind of doubt it still, but it would be kind of cool. Because I still think it is kind of cool that you can be watching like the Chupra Life Village to be building. That's kind of neat. Farm. But yeah. I can definitely be working out something for sure, for sure. What if there would be indeed? Again, I think it would be working again with the Legends game that if it would be a spin-off that you would need to be like helping to be building the city. You kind of do in Legends Arceus, but not really. But you know, it wouldn't really be hurting that you would be borrowing your Pokemon to be working. Because you kind of do it for the berry fields that I will say that I don't use too often. Unfortunately. It is the problem that I kind of forget because they are, you know, on the back. And it's not like you get anything too useful from it anyways. It's still a cool thing. As I said plenty of times, I think more Pokemon games would be needing to be getting some way over getting a bunch of berries easily. Even though it would be once a day thing or something like that. Because I still don't like how it's working in Scarlet and Violet. I hate that it's all things scattered around. It's so... This is kind of interesting that berries are one of the things that, in my opinion, it has kind of become harder to be getting them. Because most of the things you are like a lot easier to be found. Like rare candies or like nowadays EXP candies. Evolutionary stones and sometimes some other items. A lot easier to be found. And you know, other things, because most of the time in older games, like most of the items were only once a game. And also most of the time you could only be getting one. And that's it. You can't be getting any more ever in that save file. But I don't know why berries were one of the things that is not that much. As I said, I think it has been one of the only ones that has been gotten worse over the years. But anyways. Now let's think. Like the way that it worked in, I think, in Gen 2 was that you get, you know, one berry from one tree. Per day. There is multiple trees, of course, but you can be getting one berry per tree every day. On Gen 3 hoeing games. On Gen 3 hoeing games, it was that there was like the berry trees scattered around the place. And you could be you need to be like watering them to be getting more and stuff. There was like specific times that each tree that need to be growing. But then there was the unfortunate thing of like dead battery. That was unfortunate. Or very glitch anyways. On Gen 4 Shino games was also like quite the same that it was on Gen 3 hoeing games. That you need to be watering them and you get like different things on different routes. If you water them a bunch, you'll be getting more. And the reason why I skipped over Gen 3 Kanto games is that I'm pretty sure that there is no way to be growing berries in that game. Or if it is, it's post-game. On the Gen 4 Shoto games is that there's like a berry growing thing on your backpack. You know, as you normally will be able to carry a thing that grows berries that in most other games are like seen to be like bigger than you. You know, the usual. I'm not too sure about Unova games myself. Again, it's one of those games that I haven't played myself. Are they even? I don't know. Is there a better mechanic in that game or not? I'm pretty sure that Gen 6 hoeing games work the same as they did before. I would like to say. Why wouldn't they be, you know? Then Gen 6 Kalos games though. I don't think that there was 3 specifically. But I'm pretty sure there was like a way to be getting them like again pretty easily. Then there was the Alola games. Was the Alola games indeed. Was a bunch of those berry trees, first of all. And then I'm pretty sure you can be growing them in the Poképelago. I'm like 70% sure. I mean, could I be checking it out? Definitely, but will I? No. Because I'm assuming so, because there's a bunch of things. That is probably where it could be on Gen 6 games, I guess, as well, in the simulator place. Because you do in both of those places, you do like the super training in there. Which is still like a very interesting wording, but anyways. Then again, in the Kanjo remakes, yeah, let's go games, yeah, nope. Where is the berry trees? And then on Galore there is the things called berry trees again. And it's easy to be, as I said before, it's easy to be knowing if they're gonna be Pokemon falling out or not. With that. And then indeed, in my opinion, in Paldea and every other thing in Scarlet and Violet, it's, in my opinion, so ridiculously hard to be getting berries. Like, there is not like an easy method, like trees, to be getting them. There is some luck involved with the trees in... with the berry trees in other games, for sure, but... at least you can kind of know what trees give you which. Because I'm pretty sure that there's like some trees that have like more special berries than others. And in some areas you can be getting... yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's areas that you can be getting like certain berries from, and they are like in other area, then there is like kind of exclusive to those. And in Legends Arceus as well, there is like... there's very few trees for berries. But I will say, in my opinion, in Legends Arceus, every single berry is kind of easy to be getting if you know where to be getting them. Like the Avalok berries, are they? Or whatever is the berries that you give Munchlax to be revealing the massive mass outbreaks. You know, you get them from those berry icons in massive mass outbreaks. There is certain Pokemon that drop certain berries. The trees give you the berries depending on what they look like. You know, those kinds of things. Which is, you know, very nice. Very easy. Oh, now I can think about one place that you can be getting easily berries in Scarlet and Violet. It's in one minigame. Ogre Post. I don't remember the thing's name. I haven't done it since it was mandatory for this story. But it is like a place that you can definitely be getting guaranteed berries. But can you keep them is another question. But it's technically you can get them there. But yeah, it do be what it do be. I don't use berries as much, but I don't know, it would be kind of nice if they would be more available, you know. But yeah. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll get a region that is just full of berry trees. And speaking of trees, I still think that headbutt trees should be returning. I think that would be kind of cool. As I think I have said that it's one of the hunts that I want to be doing at some point. I don't know will I be having like a specific target or not though. But I definitely want to be doing it. I know that there is quite an interesting one on the... what is the game in Heart Gold and Soul Silver that there is like... there's like the regular headbutt trees and then there's like kind of special headbutt trees. And there is like quite an interesting variety in those special ones. Which I think change every time you enter the place. At least that is what I have heard. But yeah. Doobie what doobie. But yeah, the honey trees on Shino is again one of those ones that I know that I have started. I haven't finished. I have started them. But as I said, the thing is with them that you need to be setting them beforehand, but not too much beforehand because they only have 24 hours. You know, until like they're gone if you don't go there. I still think that the two that I want to be like mainly be going for them from them in PDSP specifically is Combi or Cherubi. Those are the two that I would like to be going for. I still don't really understand why did Sharing get such a beautiful shiny though, especially with the overcast form. It's such a nice one. I don't mind the... I think the sunny form. What is it called? I don't mind it, but I just absolutely love the overcast form shiny though. It do be very lovely. Oh, come on, Capchu. But yeah. I don't know really, is there anything else? I mean, if I will say, if when I'm setting up the berry trees, no, the honey trees, and of course like I'm checking out everything before I start streaming as such, if I will be able to find a Munchlax, I will most absolutely be going for it, even though I don't care if I get it from there, but you know it would be cool. It would be so cool to be getting a munchlax from a honey tree. Does it really do anything? Absolutely not, but it's cool. It's a munchlax from a berry tree. What's not to be loving about it? But yep, we shall see. I'll be continuing at some point. It's one of those hunts that I really have like very mixed targets on because it really do be depending on what you get on the day. I don't mind wasting honey myself on that, though, because honey is quite cheap to be buying, honestly. And as I said, PDSP is a nice, because it do be getting Grand Underground, and you can be getting quite a good amount of money in there in a quite short time. Also, I think one cool thing that I'm kind of tempted to be doing is that, like, to be doing the, what is it? The thing. It is a thing. I don't remember what it's called in that game. But basically the lottery thing in PDSP to try to be getting a Master Ball out of there. Because I would really like to be having a Master Ball in there when I'm doing any of the hunts. Because Darkrai is also scaring me a little bit. But of course Arceus is the one that is scaring me the most. Because, you know, it is Arceus. Shaman doesn't really scare me at all, as I said, it's so low level compared to everything else. So I think it's somewhat easy to be capturing because of that. Oh yeah. Darkrai a little bit, but definitely Arceus is scaring me. Even though I'm gonna be trying to be doing a setup for it, but still, you know. But yep, I might be doing it. Because, you know, it's quite an easy thing to be doing, like, let's say at the end of every stream, for example. It's quite an easy one to be doing, you know? Because what I need to be doing is open up the game and then, you know, check things out and see if I get something. If not, then, you know, it's it. Maybe. I will say, though, that I think it's quite unlikely that I'll be getting anything. I don't think that I have captured too many things in that game. At all. But then again, you never know, you can always be getting lucky. This game is being a bully today. I swear the explanation point was close enough so I could be encountering it instead. I swear. I mean, I could do it in Sword and Shield as well, but it doesn't really matter. I have already one Master Ball on Sword and Shield. Or in this file specifically, one. So, you know, I could do it definitely, but I don't know. Will I be doing it? Because the good thing about doing it in PDSP is because I will be staying in probably that one place anyways. In this game I would need to be going into Poké Center each time. It's not that bad to be doing, but at the same time, I will say also that if I can, I really want to be staying in the same location. Because then, you know, I don't need to be setting up things again. Next time. But then again, if I need to be using my Master Ball, then maybe. Maybe. I did see pretty recently that someone did actually win the Master Ball in this game. It's pretty cool. It's again one of those things that is kind of easy to be forgetting. I don't mind that we get Master Balls, especially since we can be buying like the special Pokeballs elsewhere. But you know, it was kind of cool in like Heart Gold and Soul Silver that if you win the first place prize in certain days, you will be getting like special Pokeballs that you normally wouldn't be having access to at all. So, you know, getting a Pokemon in those kind of Pokeballs is special in that way, you know. Some of them you can also be finding with Pokewalker, but you know, you would need to be having a Pokewalker to be doing that. It's still pretty unique. It's just kind of interesting to think about that. Since like back in the day, indeed, like some of the Pokeballs were so rare to be found. Or to be getting access to somehow. I wonder how many people didn't know about them without a guidebook. Or something else like that. Like surely sometimes it does tell you what you get. It's like the prices, you know. But most of the time, no. How do people know it? Soon it's time to hydrate my throat is quite dry. Oh. Hello, Mr. Mime. How you be doing? You're doing 2 more encounters, then I'll be hydrating indeed. There we go. Feeling a lot nicer. Feeling a lot nicer indeed. Could you mount on a killer? Not give nausea to my churros. Definitely the place's fault that I'm doing very small circles. Most definitely. It is kind of crazy to be thinking about that soon. It has been 2 weeks since I did get the bear check. On Thursday, yeah, on Thursday it would be 2 weeks. Very interesting indeed. But then again, you know, I do the amount of encounters that I'll be doing and it's good enough. It doesn't need to be that much. Sometimes it is better to be doing less. But yeah, I know for sure if I can indeed be streaming tomorrow that we'll be getting some shinies for sure. Never disappoints to be doing the hunt for the funny dude called Alpha Gudram. Never disappoints. How? What is the thing that I'm in there? I kind of want to remind myself what I'm in there. I'm in there indeed. I'm not too sure did I update that or not. Not quickly then double check did I update the thing or not. I could have, but just think that I should be having like another 100 more there. Quickly check then. Could be double checking that did I update the numbers or not, because like some that I know that if I have one, if I haven't. There it is. It is indeed updated. I just thought that it would be more in there. I'm at 1,460 encounters in there. That is how much I'm in indeed. Yeah. 1,460 over there. I thought I was just at 1,500 already there, but yeah, it's gonna be taking about 90. I could be low polling it to 80. I'll lowball it to 80 encounters per time. Because the odds are for me need one extra roll, because, you know, the research level 10 thing. So it's about 2050. No sneasel. Oh, the double. No. Avowed. 600 left, 590 to be exact, until I hit the odds. And if I would be doing... I'll be doing 80 a stream there. Be about like a little bit over 7 streams. With quick math. A bit over 7. What if I would be bumping it to 90? It's a 6.5 then. So it's not gonna be that long, eh? To be hitting the odds. Not that long then. It's gonna still be, since once a week thing, gonna be taking, you know, still like few months more or less, like a little bit under 2 months, so it's gonna be taking a while, but we'll get there, we'll get there. But yeah, we're gonna be having yet another ad break soon. We'll be having yet another ad break soon indeed. Just another reminder, it's a good time then to be getting something to drink, something to eat, and stretch about, take a break somehow. It's a good one indeed. Let's see, I think I should be able to get to 2620 if these encounters show up fast before the ad break, but we shall see. We shall see. If not, then it's gonna be quite close. At least I should be able to do 2 more encounters. Yeah, I think I won't be doing any more. Gonna be cutting it close otherwise. Could technically be doing one more, but I'm not gonna be risking it. Especially thinking that it's quite a bit delayed when, you know, you guys are seeing things. Also, it seems like I'm quite a good amount ahead of the schedule, like, as I said. Oh boy, how I love it. Yeah, about like when I continue about half an hour-ish, it'd be 35-40 minutes max. I'll be hitting 600 checks for the day. Then at about 6 hours in of actual hunting, I'll be hitting 800, and then I think max 45 minutes, and I will be hitting then after that of actual hunting time 900 checks. Because it's about 200 checks in 1.5 hours of actual hunting. It is indeed. We'll soon be getting going on then. There we go. And just a reminder that even though I do be having Absolas right beside the encounter, it's not gonna be what I'm going to be going for specifically. I'll be just going for whatever is in there. Whatever is gonna be shown there first to be shiny, I'll be going for it. Even though usually my hunts are specific targets, but that one is like one of the only exceptions that is going to be just anything, because I just don't really have a target, as I said before, that the one thing that I wanted to be getting from there, I did already get. And it was the Alolan Sandshrew. And then I just decided, let's do another phase in, like, over a year ago. It has been an on and off hunting. I have been hunting... I did hit 5,000 at some point for it. And from the 5,000 onwards, I have been quite constantly hunting for it. So yeah, we are soon hitting 10k from that. I started, I think it was either at the end of December or the beginning of January that I did start like doing quite consistently hunting. From anywhere between 600 and 800 usually encounters. It was more of like 600 like in the beginning, then I just decided that, you know what, let's just do 800. It's a pretty good amount. Pretty good amount indeed. Oh. Snowbird. And with the explanation point grass being mean, I think they're charged enough. Can take them off the charge. Joy-Cons. Like to be a little bit more free, you know? Be a little bit more free indeed. Please, Mount Lana Kilo, thank you. Thank you. I think I have talked about it before. How I think it's so strange that, you know, there is like some game series that gets another part or movies, whatever it is, after like so long since they like it was like appearing quite frequently. Because it's just kind of odd. Like, I don't say that like things need like a movie series or a game series needs to be getting a new thing every like year, but getting like a new thing after like 10-20 years is kind of odd in my opinion. Because I will say that I at least think that if there hasn't been another game, for example, in 5 years, then I'm like kind of starting to doubt, is there going to be anything? There's of course a difference, like some like actually do it like there's only gonna be one per that console for that series, which you know makes sense. Like, for example, Animal Crossing is one of those games that there is, I'm pretty sure, only have been like one version or one console. There was weird things in the beginning, but I think pretty much it has been the case ever since. Which, you know, as I said, it makes sense to me that there might be sometimes quite a big gap between two new games, but it makes sense because it has always been like once per console. Well, then, you know, some game series do be doing it like there is like few-year gap between the games for, let's say, maybe 5 to 10 years. Like, a new game releases every year or every other year, and then like there's like a 10-year gap, and then like a new one appears, and it's like, huh. And the problem is always with the games that have like a very big gap. Once they did have like a very small gap between the games, is that audience grows, you know? So, you know, if you did enjoy the game as a kid, you might not be like in the new game because it's not like when you were a kid, you know? But it just is quite strange to me indeed. Yeah, it's just a little strange. And I guess it's the way that I'm thinking as well, that if there has been like a very big gap between the two games, I'm kind of assuming that the next one should then be like really, really good. Because you know the wait. But that's about really anything that is taking for it relatively long to be getting another part or whatever new version. Because you're just like waiting for it to be happening, you know? What do you... I think there needs to be... There needs to be the thing to be understood though sometimes as well, that not every game needs, you know, a sequel. Or two, you know? Because that's why some games are quite nice, that they are like standalone games. Like maybe when the either the developer or developers will be moving into like a new project, it is nice to be seeing like little hints to the older games, of course. But you know, not being a direct sequel to it. Like being its own thing. Because the unfortunate reality is that, you know, even though you try to be improving with the new game, with things, if it has especially been quite a long time since the original one did come out, people probably aren't gonna be liking the second one, because they are indeed so used to the old one already. So why bother switching? Why be bothering switching indeed? Because if the old one still does this things the same way, there we go. Yeah. Do be loving myself those games that is only one game and not anything else sometimes. Because sometimes it feels like there's more time put into those games. I will say that one type of games that I personally am not the biggest of fan of is chapter-based games. Because I will say that honestly I'd rather be getting like a completely new game and just wait for a bunch of chapters. But then again, each to their own. I just personally like to be getting like the whole game, maybe additional content later. Or nothing, either a sequel, like another full game, or something completely different. I don't know, I have never really liked chapter-based games that you unlock slowly but surely over time. Because sometimes it is the case that you need to be buying each chapter separately, so you know, it will be costing quite a good amount of money at the end. And the other thing is that, as I said, you need to be waiting in between. Sometimes, quite sometimes, so you know, you probably will be forgetting what even happened in the previous chapter. Because, you know, it has been 2 years since the last chapter was a thing. But yeah. But then again, I don't really mind like chapters in games in general. I just mind if the game is like basically just cut into different bite sizes. Then you get one every once in a while. There has been honestly quite a good amount of them lately that I have seen. I will also say that another thing that I do be kind of liking as well is when there is a kind of series of games. It isn't like really a series, like none of them are really that deeply connected. There's like references here and there. But there is like the same big thing is on the background of all of them. You know. For example, I would like to say the Amnesia series is one of those. There is the same thing happening in each one. But they're still like working on their own. They don't really need, you don't really need to be playing everything if you don't want to, which is very nice. You can just, you know, be doing your own things like that. And they still like the thing that kind of connects every game, like why they are like that. So kind of a nice series for that indeed. Cat is apparently very excited about chocolate. I think it's the noise that it was making when it was open though, than anything else. Because usually when she actually smells chocolate, she's not interested at all anymore. Oh, she is silly. Silly little cat for sure. Who was definitely just stretching last night and definitely not trying to be hitting leg. You know, just stretching. She was again in a playful mood. That's why. But you know, of course, she's like looking like she's just stretching. But yeah, interesting thing because we did decide to be going and buying groceries yesterday because it was either that we need to be doing it today or then we could be doing it yesterday as well. We still didn't really have options on bread. It's still a little bit issue. It should be fine in like this week, I would like to say. But yeah, we did again be buying the what I like to be calling liver paste. It sounds strange, but it's quite nice. Still the only way that I'll be enjoying eating liver. As I said, it's called in here literally liver sausage, but it's basically paste that you can put it on your bread. She was at first not eating it, which is strange because she quite likes it. But when I did give her some ham as well, then she ate everything. And she ate everything indeed. Of course, I'm not gonna be giving her much, but you know, you gotta give some. Because we always try, like, if she shows interest on something that we should be, you know, giving her a taste. If she doesn't eat it, she doesn't eat it because we give such small amounts, it doesn't really matter. But if she eats it, then, you know, good. Good, good. It's at least something different. It do be indeed. But yeah. Well, one thing was very surprising about this morning though, when I was eating breakfast, that usually she doesn't try to be getting anything from your plate because she knows that if we will be giving her something, we will be giving it to her. But this morning she was trying to be eating from the plate. I didn't really need to be doing too much. Just a little bit of sound and she would be knowing to be going away. Never have I ever had a situation with that cat that she would be like taking your food like that at all. And for some reason I'm kind of thinking that we're not. Like surely I let her like see what we have, but you know, she is gonna be getting something if we give it to her. No other way. No, the Apollo Snow saw me. Not this one, but the one that is in the overworld. Funny things, funny things. I haven't seen a stone journal in a while, game. Gonna be showing in the next 50 checks for sure. For sure. I believe in that indeed. Oh. Snowburn. What are you doing? Good. It wasn't the it wasn't the couch you just spawned in. There needs to be in Pokemon games. We need a badge for this Pokemon game that the Pokemon cannot spawn too close to you. If it's not like a spot that it's always gonna be in, that's the only exception that I'm willing to be accepting. But if it's like something like randomly spawning, they should be having like a certain amount of room around you that they don't spawn in. Also, now that I think about it, how odd it is looking for the Pokemon, you know, when there's the aggressive kinds. That, you know, since like all of them start to be running to you and you get into battle with one of them. I wonder like what is going through their brain at that moment. Like what is gonna be going on? They're like, oh no, the dude encountered something, we need to be stopping, and then start looking at very specific direction and nod directly at the dude. You know, the most logical things to be doing. No. But yeah, I still do be hoping best of luck to all of you who will be hunting indeed. Hopefully you'll be able to find something interesting, whatever it is. Is it just a rare Pokemon that you need for something, or is it something else? Now I kind of have another idea in mind that I kind of want to be doing at some point for funsies in Pokemon game. I don't know which one. Probably Sword. It's gonna be the play. It's there I have the most options for it. Wouldn't really be shiny hunting, but it would be certainly an interesting thing to be doing. And it's to be like generating, you know, those like sites that like randomly selects Pokemons. And then go ahead and catch them randomly. Randomly on the wild indeed. Like without like trying not to be checking where they are even. Or not even catching, just like, you know, encountering it would be, I guess, fine. I might not be catching it because I don't know if I can be bothered with it, honestly. But you know, seeing it would be kind of interesting. As I have mentioned before, like I did do with that, I did look for every single rare Pokemon, or every single Pokemon in my original Shield file. In each of the different encounter methods on the routes that they were in, and also like the caves and the forests were included. I was not including the wild areas because oh boy, would I be there for ages. But you know, everything like in the routes and everything, it was quite nice and fun. I did like it. It was cool. I don't know why I decided to be doing it. I was just thinking, hey, I just want to be doing something silly. I'm gonna be finding each Pokemon in each different method on each route. Like, is it like visible encounters, fishing, random encounters? Each way, indeed. Because there was like the situations that there was Pokemons that were available both on the visible ones and in the random grass. I was then looking for them in both in that area. It was a little silly thing, but be loving the silly little things though. I don't know, it could be interesting to be doing at some point. I would just need to really be finding a like a random Pokemon picker that would be like I would be able to set it up so it would be picking randomly from like specific games. You know, there wouldn't be the problem that I can be finding this in this game and whatnot. I'm pretty certain that there is few that are like that, but you know, need to be finding them. Also, sunset time for the next about an hour. That's, I guess, a way to be saying it. Even though it sounded weird, but anyways. Yeah. Then of course the problem is that is there like a weather thing going about in the wild areas that can I be encountering the Pokemons? Do I need to be doing it myself? Getting a Pokemon picker that picks randomly a certain amount of Pokemon and you can enter like your weather data. I mean, I don't think it would be that hard to be doing for sure. But it's not gonna be the easiest thing either. an idea what I could wing, I guess. As I said, if there isn't one like that already. As I said, there is a pretty decent amount of different like calculators, pickers, and whatever things for Pokemon games. But of course there's gonna be always some that are gonna be missing. Not everything is gonna be everywhere, you know. Because I was saying that at least most of the shiny encounter calculators that I have been able to see, which kind of makes sense that they're only usable for shinies, but anyways, is that they almost always are skipping the first generation. Which is, as I said, it makes sense, it's fine. But at the same time, why couldn't there just be, you know, the encounter label for those games? I guess it wouldn't really be hurting. Guess I will say one thing about those Pokemon encounter calculator apps. What is nice about them is that you don't always need to be having an internet connection to be using them. So you know, if everything goes down, you can still be using them. Which is quite lovely. I think on the next break I'll be actually be getting myself something small to be eating. I'm getting a little bit hungry, so getting something small to be eating is a good idea. Probably. Like I said, probably a chocolate bar or a snack bar. Thinking of maybe a snack bar this time around. Is the way that I want to be going with. There we go. You and your pressure. I think pressure has something to do with the wild encounters. Because for example, I remember that a funny ability that makes you lose a check, aka H. I think that lowers your encounter rate because, you know, everyone is afraid of the Pokemon. I don't know, pressure, I think it either did the same, but I think it was the case that it makes wild Pokemon to be more likely. Can actually double check. Because there is definitely like some abilities that do be doing that, like making higher encounter rate that aren't as obvious. Like Eliminate, for example, in my opinion, is quite obvious that it will be increasing the encounter rate. But yeah, what did pressure drew? It's an outside of battle effect. In Pokemon Sword and Shield, pressure appears not to have any effect on Pokemon's level. Oh, it was that. Yeah, the way like using a repel trick without using repels. That was the thing. When fishing with pressure, vital spirit, or hustle as the ability. That's also something. Pokemon Emerald, PDSP, or any Generation 4 game, it will trigger its 50% activation rate. In the Generation 5 games, Pressure, Vital Spirit, and Hustle don't have any effects on the levels. Interesting. From Pokemon Emerald onwards, basically, when it was introduced. Pokemon with pressure in the first but even if there's a 50% chance the Pokemon will be forced to be upper bound of the encounter range. I didn't know that both Hustle and Vital Spirit did do that. Treasure is definitely one of those things that, or abilities that like every single legendary seems to be having it. Nothing wrong with it, of course, it's just kind of hilarious that it seems like every single one will be having it. But yeah. It do be what it do be. I'm gonna check out because I think Nogar was one of those moves that like increases the encounter rate. That is a little bit on the weirder side. Nogar, the ability indeed. Outside of battle with no guard as it's a first place, even if fainted, the wild encounter rate is increased by 100%. It's with arena trap as well? Huh? I know that it was with Illuminate, but I didn't know it was on with the arena trap as well. Most Fortune Shield, this ability only affects the rate at which random encounters happen. Yeah, I would be saying that it would be quite interesting if it would be having any effect on the visible ones. Be very interesting indeed. We're gonna be having yet another break soon in about 2 minutes. We're having it indeed. As I said, I myself will be getting something to be eating for sure. Hello, I'm doing quite fine. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? Yourself? It's good to hear. And you're doing great. I don't play competitive at all myself. Let's do one more encounter. We'll be having the break indeed. There we go. I'll be back. I'll be getting the snack bar. There we go. I've eaten a little bit of the snack bar even. Feeling better for sure. It's weird how some things, even though they have flavor, they don't taste like anything. Or like the only thing that you can be like tasting from it is the thing. It's like either sweetness or like saltness. Because this snack bar, for example, is one of those situations. It's just doesn't really. It doesn't really taste like anything that it has. It's just it's sweet. Only problem that I really have with it is that it's a little too dry for my liking. But then again, these are kind of meant to be that you're drinking coffee or something else like that with them. Also, I don't know why, but I have honestly never been too big of a fan of dipping a cookie into like coffee or tea or whatever it is. I've never really been that kind of person. Hello? Cat? How are you? Yeah? Are you gonna be on the table soon, or what are you gonna be doing? I think you are. Just not really that big of an issue, but it is a little bit if you... Especially if you don't, you know, calm down. Just be attacking my hand. As you do, you give me luck once again. Are you? You make a big sound with that. When you hit my monitor, what did you do? What did you do? And you still can't park yourself on top of the keyboard. You can park yourself somewhere else, but on the entire keyboard. A little bit is fine, but not the entire thing. There we go, I think. She has at least for a little while found the spot to be in. And I'm also allowing in being in. Allowing to be in. I know. Life is hard for you. Life of cat is very hard. Can't decide a position to be sleeping in. One of the most terrifying things of all time. Hey, doobie. It's hard to be moving your mouse when there is a cat on top of it. Did you know that? It is very hard indeed. Video, please. Like the nitro of the games didn't want to run away there. uh... Oh. About half an hour is to be going. And then we hit nighttime encounters. About an half hour is to go for that indeed. Using the beautiful night chime of galore indeed. I like the visual glitz on Frostlass. Huh? Speaking of visual glitches, I will say that I'm kind of surprised that I haven't myself been seeing any visual glitches in Scarlet and Violet. Because it just seems like they're quite common. But nope. I still haven't found really one. You know, those weird ones that, for whatever reason, a Pokemon takes color from or texture from somewhere else. I haven't gotten those. It would be quite interesting. I mean, I've been getting the usual, like, meshing textures on the environment, though. Textures appearing and reappearing. You know, those kinds of things. I guess I will say that in the game that I did talk about before, that I still have not to be mentioned by the name, is the thing that I did indeed. I started playing it yesterday after some time of not playing it. That you know, there was quite a good amount of visual glitches. Like, for some reason, like, it has like a season changing thing, but for whatever reason there was like one bush out of the entire thing that, for whatever reason, like, I'm right now on the fall season, that or autumn, as that game calls it. I'm on there, and for whatever reason it's like if I move every other frame, it's like the autumn one, and every other frame it's the the summer one. And I think that's not how it's supposed to be working for some reason. And because it's quite a drastic change from like orange to green, it's very noticeable. If it would be more of a subtle change, then it probably wouldn't be as bad. But yeah. It is still an indie game though, so like, I can't really blame them that much. It's like overall a very good game. There's just a bunch of like visual problems, and if there would be some sort of a respawn mechanic, it would be nice, because then, you know, you wouldn't need to be starting days over and over and over again, because one bad thing. Also, goodbye catch. I know you can go. She is looking at me like she can't be getting out of the table. I know you almost fell yesterday, but I believe in you. You can do it. Want my leg there? No? I'll be jumping out of there then? Sure. I'll give you room. There we go. Cat has exited the table. After a long time of wait and thinking which way she's gonna be going. Hello, Sojourner. Nice to see you. Yeah. I was talking about the game, yeah. It's... as I said, it's fine. In the game, visual bugs, glitches, whatever my things. Easy soft locks that you can't be getting out of without restarting the game, which restarts the day. Because you can be respawning. Because I think, like, in my opinion, every game should be having, in some way, a respawn mechanism. Feature. Respawn feature, let's go with that. Because it just makes the game nicer. That you can, you know, be... you know that you don't need to be restarting the game in order to be getting unstuck. Because it's annoying indeed to be starting a bunch of things over because you got stuck but you can't be saving or like restarting from somewhere. Because for me it would be even like enough if like the game is based on different areas, and then there would be the case that in this area you would be doing something, but if you would be like respawning, it would be like putting you at the beginning of the area. Sure, sometimes it's annoying. I will say that much, but it's not that bad. At least it's better than starting from the day over. It's better than that. It do be. Oh. Another one? Nice. Back-to-back sojourners, though. Doubted. Possible, though. Very much possible, indeed. Unfortunately, it seems like a no. As I kind of think about it, it would be kind of cool if there would be a Pokemon that it would really work only in like these kinds of games that you'll be encountering things from the random grass. But having a Pokemon that has like different positions that it can be in, that would be kind of cool. Be making different things every once in a while. I don't think that would be too bad at all. Would be certainly interesting. Be certainly interesting indeed. Hello, cat again. How you be doing? I doubt that you'll be coming back. You very rarely do. Come back straight away. But yeah, I don't know why, but it has kind of always been hilarious to me that a Pokemon that will be generating quite a good amount of noise, aka the Whismer line, is having soundproof. Which, you know, kind of makes sense why they can be making basically as much noise as they want. But it is still a little funny. It's kind of having explosion on a Pokemon that has damp. Or any other thing that would be doing the same thing, you know. It do be always scary to be seeing explosion, even though like I will be having in those situations a damn Pokemon is always scary to be seeing the message. What if it's not working? And then still the one time that I did actually kind of have problems with it, it didn't even use it. Because all the other games that I have been finding a Pokemon with explosion so far has been in Scarlet and Violet or Legends Arceus instead. I'll be saving in front of the shiny anyways. Just because I can. Memento is though another thing. And I'm always afraid it was the move that I did not remember a while ago. Like maybe a week or so ago. There's quite a decent amount of moves that will be ending the battle. Thankfully there is a bunch of different ways to be. I think for every single one there is a way for it not to be working. Because if nothing else, then having Imprison, I think, is the move. And then have whatever is the scary move. So I'm pretty sure I did do... Yeah, I did do that with my Gengar that I did teach it. I did teach it... was it Memento that Weezing has? Valerian kind. It was one of those moves though that there wasn't... Oh, it might have been... No, it was like... self-destruct or explosion. Because I remember that I was thinking that, hey, I have a damn Pokemon. So, you know, I'll be fine, but then neutralizing gas. Wait a second. So yeah. It was kind of a good thing that I thought of it. There we go. Things falling down. Really fine. So everything is fine. Thankfully it's still the case though nowadays that there is a bunch of moves that they just will be failing if you're higher level than them. Like Roar. Will be failing if you're higher level than them. At least it should be that way. By the way, Roar is one of those moves in Scarlet and Violet that the user doesn't faint, but the battle ends and it's gone forever. One of the only moves, I think. But yeah. Speaking of things, because always be thinking about Roar and Arena Trap from old days, because it didn't work that you would need to be higher level than it. But remembering that once you do be looking like what abilities do, and then like go for the outside of battle effect. And like how every move that did have at some point that they did do something special outside of battle. Almost every single one of them will be saying in Scarlet and Violet that they don't do anything from this game onwards. Which is kind of a bold claim. Because I would like to say that there probably is going to be a Pokemon game where you can be using, you know, certain abilities outside of battle to be boosting X things. Hello? I wonder what will be the first Pokemon game where you can be having multiple different colors on your hair. Because considering the fact that there has been quite a good amount of trainers recently that has been able to have 2 different colors on their head, on the hair specifically. When are we gonna be having that nice opportunity? Because I think that would be kind of cool. I think that if it's gonna be added, it, in my opinion, should be added in the way that there is for each of the hairstyles. There's of course the option that do you want to be going with 1 or 2 hairs. There would be only like few options that you could be choosing from. Because that would be fine with me. I guess that would be kind of cool. Even though I don't think that I would personally be doing anything too drastic with the hair, but you know, having the opportunity would be quite nice. Because I will still say that one trainer that I didn't think that did have 2 different colors on their hair was... it's escaping my brain. Is it Gardenia? Yeah, Gardenia. So I don't know why, but you know, I first thought that, you know, they were just, you know, shadows. Like very dramatic shadows. It was just like, yeah, you know, it does have 2 different colors on her hair. It's quite interesting looking as well. But also I think about it, I'm kind of afraid of that. On the next Pokemon game, like a new one, we're not gonna be able to customize anything. Because now they did take, like, changing clothes away, basically. And the next one they will be taking, getting rid of also the hair and everything else. It's gonna be quite sad if they do, but I kind of would be seeing it coming. And yeah, another thing would be kind of interesting for Pokemon games as well is to be having it more to be the case that there would be a random button. Or I guess let's have a random battle button and then like let's have two random buttons or randomize like how does character look like. One to be that it's like more controlled and the other one that it's more out of more all over the place, you know. That could be kind of cool. Because I will say that I don't personally really like to be when there is in the options there is the random button that is like completely random. I like more like controlled random most of the time. It's the thing that I like myself. And controlled randomness. So I don't really know where does it come from for me that I do for like some people like weird thing that I want my eyebrows to be slightly different from the regular hair. Like either darker or I guess less colorful. Like I don't want them to be like the hair and the eyebrows to be the same exact color. If it's of course like in the realm of possibility. Because some games, you know, there just isn't too many options, but if there is, I usually like to be putting them to be slightly different. I don't know what is it about it. Also how, speaking of eyebrows, I wonder how strange would Mr. Mime be looking like if it would be having them. Still no double Sneasel today. Sad. Especially the Galarian one, I think that could be looking very interesting. There we go, there is this double Sneasel with two drastically different the color schemes because of the day difference or difference in the day time of day thing. Speaking is hard. What are words? Water birds. There we go. Oh, Mr. Mime. Speaky. And would Mr. Mimes, both of them, would their moveset be the same as they are in this game, or would they be having something different if it would be in the overworld games? Or for the other Mr. Mime specifically, would it be like what it is in Legends Arceus? I think it would be having that as a possibility that it could be doing. You know, blocking things. But I think for the Galarian Mr. Mime it wouldn't be, you know, dancing all the time. Or it could be like that when it sits down and the legs are still moving. I guess doing too much. Doesn't know how to be stopping. Could be, could be. There's different options for sure. And the Capture was starting to be telling the story of lifetime. But unfortunately, when Lish decided to show up in the middle of it, very mean. Why and how am I in there? Nice. I got a Shanshu. Always wanted one of those. I have literally no idea how. I was in that menu. As I said, I don't really look at what happens in that game. I just go and press buttons. I don't think that I ever press anything. I don't think that I did press the button that would be going for the Pokeball menu. But apparently I did. Pretty sure I just was pressing B and A. But anyways. It's not the first time that I have captured something accidentally while I have been hunting, and certainly not gonna be the last. Certainly not. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. I will be restarting that game anyways for next time that I'll be hunting in there. I mean, if I get a shiny today, then I have an extra sensor, but does it really matter? Not really. My other sensor gonna be having a friend. A nice friend that can also be turning into a ball and roll around nicely. There we go. Put the mic in a little better position, so he's switching the position that I'm sitting in as well. There we go. Let's see how things are gonna be going then. Better for sure. I'm switching into a better position. It helps and increases the chances of finding shinies. Even though it's at the end of the day down to luck, and it is a nice surprise to be waiting for sure. It do be. But yep, ads in about 4 minutes or so. Yet another good time, then be taking a break indeed. So I'll definitely... Yeah, probably be stretching this time. I've been a little while since I've been stretching, so you know, make a nice little stretch break there. It has soonish indeed been 6 hours of hunting. As I said, probably be going closer to 7 hours. If not even a little bit over that today. My prediction indeed. Maybe 7 hours and 50 minutes. If these encounters don't just magically appear out of nowhere, that is. And that is the actual hunting time that I'm talking about as well. But yep. Pretty decent. Not too bad at all. So I'll at least be doing 2 more encounters. Or one after this. We'll see if I will be having time for one more or not after that. I probably have open time for one more. If we're lucky, then 2 even. I think it's only one more encounter. But yeah, pretty good. Let's get that one more encounter real quickly. There we go. Yep, that's a good time to be taking a little break. Indeed. We'll be back in 3 minutes, continue the hunting. And we'll be the thing indeed. There we go. It's decent amount of people doing DAs today. To be fair though, there usually is quite a good amount. There do be. There we go. Let's get going on then. We'll be back soon anyways. At least hopefully. I never know exactly how long things go. Nice and stretch once again. But yeah. Things are still showing up very nicely in both games. Chimes today there has been the case that Mount Aquila doesn't really want to be showing anything, but that is nothing that's surprising, unfortunately. That is kind of how Mount Aquila do be. And I don't think that I would be having any ability there that would be making the Pokemons less likely to be appearing, I would like to say at least. So, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know why. But, like, for some reason I'm just thinking that SOS call hunts would be again nice. And of course, as usual, I would be doing my absolute best strategy with it. AKA, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm just trying my best. As I said, I would send it plenty of times. I honestly don't care how bad I do things sometimes. It is still what it is, part of the fun. It's fun like that. Let's try and get good encounters. Also, I don't know why, but I'm kind of thinking that either Gimme Goal is gonna be another evolution or Golden Go is getting an evolution. Because I don't know, I think there is still like quite a good amount of potential what could be happening. Because there's like two ways that I can, or at least one that I can think of that could be happening is that Gimmighoul would be getting a second evolution. That it would be turning into a dragon type. For the reason that it's, you know, having a bunch of coins. That's the reason. Or that there is gonna be at some point a dragon Pokemon or dragon-like Pokemon in a Pokemon game that likes to hunt, you know, Gimme Goals, so it can be having a bunch of them. Which could lead into quite an interesting... It could lead into quite an interesting... An interesting... like... puzzle thing. Because imagine having like a totem titan, some kind of that Pokemon that would be a dragon, or dragon-like as I said. And then there would be a bunch of Gimme Goals and in the chest forums. Or it could be that you would be just need to be saving the Gimme Goals from the dragon. And then you would start a battle with it. Also, I would like to very well know where do all the Gimme Goals be getting the same kind of, you know, the chest. Is there a factory somewhere that prints them, or what's the case? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It really depends, honestly. Do they keep, like, having at least on some of the things, like Pokemon that you would need to be battling? Because I will say, even though it might be confusing, I wouldn't necessarily mind if we would be having a Pokemon game where there is, like, both like gyms and a like Pokemons that you would need to be battling against. I wouldn't be minding that myself, indeed. Because I could be like, let's say that there would be 5, for example, like gyms and 3. And 3 of the kind of like there's a Pokemon that you need to be battling against. I don't think that it's quite nice that it's required to be defeating 18 different places in order to be getting the game completed. It could be like few more, I wouldn't personally be minding that. Because it seems like in some Pokemon games there honestly is like kind of a side thing that you have to do that could be considered its own thing. Kind of like what the Kahuna battles are on the Alola games. Of course, like the trials are like the big thing, but you still have to do the Kahuna battles as well. I think that could be nice indeed. Like something along those lines. Like maybe there is few different, like the region would be like, again, like split into few different like main areas. And to be getting to the next area, you would need to be defeating that place is like the big or you need to be like calming down the big Pokemon that is like important to that area. That could be interesting for sure. For sure, indeed. Yeah. And it would be kind of the Kahuna battles, but reversed. And then Totem battles, but reversed. Normally there's simulators, but in order to be getting the next area, there would be a big mean Pokemon. And it could be indeed that for one of the areas, it is the Pokemon is just for some reason, just it needs to be calmed down. For one area, it could be, I guess, my thing with what I'm thinking about a gimme goal situation. Or it could be like there is some random Pokemons that are being mean to the important Pokemon of the area. It's definitely different ways to be going about it, and I will say that I don't really mind which way we would be going, but it would be interesting to be seeing for sure. It would. But then again, I wouldn't be minding that if the next new Pokemon game would be a... The next new Pokemon game would be like more of a like Sword and Shield is. I wouldn't be minding it though. But then again, we could be getting a unique one and then a regular one. I guess it's quite likely that whatever is gonna be the next remake of Swords in one way or another is probably gonna be having the same kind of system that PDSP did get. Be like what they were. You never know what is gonna be going on indeed. Silly little game. Giving me some encounters for sure. I also don't know why, but I would like if in the next Pokemon game again, main series, or not main series, but like next generation Pokemon game, that there would be well, there would be indeed be that would be the thing called something sort of like other collection challenge again. Yes, Scarlet and Violet I collecting these words. It was fine. But honestly, I would kind of wish that there would be a Pokemon. Like, get like a legendary Pokemon or something else that is like special. That you would be like collecting things for like basically as soon as possible. You can be getting the first one. But then, you know, you still wouldn't be able to get it until the like very late. But there would be a bunch of things to be collecting for. Or it could be even the thing that you would need to somehow be powering the Pokemon, you know? By collecting things. Because I really want to be getting either mythical or legendary Pokemon that you would like really need to bond with to be getting it to be the best that it can be, you know? Because I think then like the best examples are either the Kafu thing, which is, you know, fine but kind of silly. And then there is the and you need to be collecting the Zygarde shells or the things for it. Remember what they are called, but the Zygarde things to be getting Zygarde. So like having the thing that you need to be bonding with it. It could be either throughout the story, but probably it will be working as late game. I guess you kind of bond with your whatever is the legendary Koraidon or Miraidon. You kind of do, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it to me. Maybe it would be a little bit different if you could be using it like in special ways in battles, for example. Then I guess it could be feeling a little bit different for me. But as it is right now, it just doesn't really feel like that much bonding. Because you're not doing really anything apart from giving it a sandwich and it gets powerful. It gets more powerful from them. What do you? That could be a nice thing. Like, you know, the kind of thing that you don't have to do this, but if you want it to be, you know, working better as a Pokemon, then would be recommended. Oh, one of those soldier. Nice. I'll surely be encountering that Mr. Mime soon. Now that's Sneasel. Nice. Be finding a pink one of those soon. Not a Sneasel? It's interesting. Yet another Sneasel, eh? Nice. But yeah, as I mentioned before, I'll be mentioning it once I will be ending as well, that we're having things that I need to be doing tomorrow, so might be a little later start, but I should still be able to stream because it should be taking about an hour and it starts at noon. But if it lasts for more than that, then we shall see. But yeah, there shouldn't be that big of a problems there at all. I don't see why there would be. Don't see why there would be indeed. It is kind of interesting to me though that in Pokemon games, at least in most of them, they're releasing like more nighttime, like backgrounds, I guess. Because for daytime there usually is like, depending on what time it is, there's like, you can clearly see it, but interestingly for the nighttime there really isn't. It's just like, you know, it's nighttime. I would at least like to be getting something like for midnight. Also another thing that I would be hoping for, that in more Pokemon games you could be seeing either sun or the moon. As you can quite nicely be seeing it in the Sun and Moon games. You know, understandable, but you know, they definitely could be in more games. Easily available to be seen. I mean, of course in Scarlet and Violet they are, but and Legends Arceus, but you know, I don't think I see it too often in, like, Sword and Shield, for example. Of course, there's like some of the 2D games that it makes sense that they wouldn't be having it really. But yeah. Would be quite nice. If there would be indeed more special ones. Just to be loving the very crazy looking battle scenes, I guess. You know, whatever you see in the background of battles, I do be loving them. So... I don't know why, but I have a weird thing that I would kind of like to be doing at some point. And it's to be hunting evolutions in Sword and Shield. But instead of like hunting like one specific one, it would be whatever is the daily one. Like, you know, surely would it be interesting? Absolutely. To be seeing what you get. But also, I guess it could be kind of dangerous. I don't think that most of the evolutions really have anything that is scary moves. But, you know, it's always a good thing to be looking for them. And there is the good thing that if it's something scary, there is probably a way to be using a certain Pokemon to be saying no treat. Let me actually check. Outrage. What is the level for the evolutions? Level 56 for each of them. They don't really change them at all. Well, 56, let's see then. Does any one of them have like anything that you couldn't easily be like saying no to? As I said, I really doubt it. I guess very few moves, in my opinion, that would be like that. Generation 8. Thank you. Surprise, surprise, evolutions are on Generation 9. Surprise, surprise indeed. Master Suit, Hydro Pump, Acid Armor, and Muddy Water. So many. I just wanted to know what the last resort does. But jeez, there is like a million different things. Jeez, what a complicated move. Not a boosted one of you. I only gotten like one of you, but still. Anything has no secondary effect. as this also will be failing if it's the only move the dude knows. Apart from the obvious that it hasn't used every move. Or if, like, it's called indirectly. So nothing really scary for Vaporeon, good to know. Vaporeon might have like flavor plates, I'm kind of thinking that. It's like one of my only predictions for like scary moves with the evolutions in there. Master Silver Thunder and Discharge is Jolteon's moveset. Again, I would like to say that nothing really too scary there. Ing doesn't want to be loading in. Why not? Doesn't really seem like Jolteon either has any scary moves. For some reason I'm thinking that maybe Flareon also has Last Resort. I don't know why that could be. I mean, I know that it knows it in the Ace at least, if nothing else. It's a move that it knows over there. Stonejourner. Yeah, it has flares, blitz. I was correct to be thinking about that it would be having each. Full damaging move. Let's check out what, I don't remember what a level bloom does. Last Resort or the Flare Blitz Scary Face, and a level bloom is the moveset that Flareon is having if it is in the League of Outrage. I don't think a level bloom is anything to be too scared about, but I might as well be checking it. Facing, you know what does it do? I guess nothing really. Level destroys round rocks. Found in the background in battles. The coolest thing that it can be doing. For Espion and Umbrian both, I don't think it would be having anything. I wouldn't be having any scary moves. I wonder if all the evolutions will be having last resource as their move. As is a future Psychic, I'm Psychic. Yeah, nothing scary at all with Espion. The Lake of Outrage. But Umbreon. Umbreon's like probably the only bad thing is that I'm pretty sure it's the one that is available in the Sandstorm. So that's like the straight away the bad thing that I can think about it. It's available in that weather. But yeah, nothing besides that. That's just what mean look Screech and Dark Pulse, so nothing. Mean look is a little annoying, but that's about it really. Is it available in the Sandstorm? Yes. It's kind of unfortunate, but I guess understandable. Leafeon, it would be kind of weird if it would be having Woodhammer, but that's like one of the only scary moves I can think of a grass type to be having. Be weird if he would be knowing that, but never know. As we saw, the Leafblade, Sword Stance, and Giga Drain. So nothing. Nothing there then. Can I please? Thank you. Glaceon probably has Blizzard. Would be my guess. Yeah, last resort, Blizzard, Mirror Growth, and Freeze Dry. Freeze Dry is the funny move that does super effective damage against water types. Love it for that. Sylveon, again, I think, last resort. Even though it doesn't, in my eyes, really fit it, but then again, why wouldn't any Pokemon be able to learn last resort at the end of the day? I kind of understand why not, but why couldn't every Pokemon be learning it? As you saw, Moon plus Psych Up and Skill Swap. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Can I, please? Thank you. So last resort can be learned by chancing, okay, this kind of all of the evolutions. Probably because, you know, Eevee can learn it. And that could be a very good indicator why it can be learning it. Snorlax, Choky Beeline, Apom as well, Snubble. Yeah, makes sense, Famby as well. First Blissey would be joining Chansey. We'll be learning Last Resort. Chingling is kind of interesting. Jirachi I can honestly understand, but Chingling... Blustle and Minun as well, it's understandable. Chingling and Shy make it both. Learning Last Resort is strange but understandable. Pachirichu is fine. As elf of all the Lake Guardians, learns it of course. Lillipup line. Ordino again makes sense. Both of them will be making sense. Minchino and Chinchino. Yeah. Klefki is a little odd. And only Double can learn than a Mailing Deity. Also Treepy can learn it, but the rest of the line can be learning it. Vlayodo and Dashponmo both. And Spartha. So it's not that bad. You can get it by breeding to Torchic. And Quaxley. Why? I know it's a very powerful move, but why? It's a lot of this. I can learn it by tutoring. I'm not gonna even be going there. Insane. Did you know that all the dudes that can be learning it by via Moo Tutor can learn them also? All the ones that can learn it naturally can be learning it from the Moo Tutor? No way! That's not possible. And honestly, it is kind of unfortunate that we'll be having ads soon. I might snooze it, honestly. See if I can squeeze it in. I'll see how far we go. But I might be snoozing, honestly. Soon we're done for the encounters for the day. And it didn't even take that long. I will say that much. I was thinking that I would be here still for like 15 more minutes. Or actually, like half an hour more. No. Actually, yeah, only 15 minutes, now that I think about it. Yeah. But yeah, not too bad. Yeah, I think I will be snoozing it and then try to be getting the last ones before the ad break starts. is indeed a decent day today. A decent day for sure. Did get a bunch of things done indeed. The 900 that was the goal, I would like to say. Like to say that indeed. It's because it's quite unlikely that I will be getting in both. I will be getting in both. A shiny now, right? But yeah. I shall see after the next encounters anymore to be going today, and then we be off. Coming back tomorrow indeed with the Alpha Gudra. As it is, you know, Tuesday. I don't really know what will be replacing it once I do be getting it. Probably, if I can't be figuring out anything, it's gonna be nothing. Then it's gonna be, you know, just another Pokemon day anyways. I did say that it might be that I will be doing then the who is it, the Dunsparce hunt, or Dunsparce hunt for the Dunsparce that has 3 segments. But I'm not completely sure about it. But hey, we shall see. We shall see. Oh, Capchu? Yeah. Of course it is, why wouldn't it be? Stop having the ability, please, that's all. I don't have time for it. There we go. Another one to be having the ability, really. Why now? Is the question. Why now is my question indeed. At least it can't be this time. It can definitely be having a quick law, and a quick law can be activating, but That's about it, really. There we go. Two more encounters to go. And it is indeed done for today. 15k on the Absol and the Absol one. AK actually the Mount Lanakila one. And 5,000, yeah, 3,000 only on the Darumaka Hunch. No, on both of them then. Well, we go for another one then. As I said, it might be the case that I'm gonna be not doing anything else on this week on this. Be taking a little bit of a break. Continuing on probably at some point next week at latest. So we'll be having that. We having that indeed. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Tomorrow indeed, Alpha Gudra Hunt continues. Probably gonna be getting some faces there. Quite likely indeed. As I said, plenty of times that it might be a little bit later start, but shall see, we shall see. Still gonna be getting good amount of checks in for sure. But have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed hopefully tomorrow. Until then, bye!